shoot. A little off guard today, guys. Yeah, gotta make decisions when nature calls. Excuse me. Um, do it start a little late? Do it go 4 hours? But that's okay. Let's get going here. Just let me mess with my settings a tiny bit because I was a little rushed today. So I better check my categories and stuff. I forgot to change them up. So I'll do that real quick. Real quick, right here, live on the fly. Um, let's see. How is everyone doing today, anyway? I hope you're doing well. And I hope you got a pencil ready, or a brush or a pen, whatever you might be using. Your favorite drawing implement. You got a nice, cool drink with you. Something to relax with. I know I am definitely ready to relax. Look forward to this all week. This is definitely one of my favorite parts of the week. Let's get this out of the way. There's good stuff coming soon out of there. And we'll just grab our glove here. Excellent. So, last time I noticed there was a few little things that I wanted to change. Let's see if I can do this. How does that look? Whoop, way too far. All right. There we go. So, one of the techniques that I'm using is rubbing the Sharpie around. After I lay it down, it's still wet. And because there's nowhere for the table to absorb it, it lays on top of the table and stays wet for about 15-20 seconds or so. And that gives me a little time to push it around. If I use my finger, that means it will leave my fingerprint on it, which I don't want. That's okay. But if I use a glove, it doesn't leave a fingerprint, which is good. And since you can see that the glove that I'm using gets used for all sorts of different colors, sometimes the color picks up where I don't want it to off of the glove. And that leaves me with a little bit of a undesirable tint sometimes. So we're taking that out where I saw it in the light. The other thing is, I really like these booty shorts, but they are incorrect. And the reason for that is because her legs are so far bent forward, um, this line here that makes that line off. So we're gonna erase it a little bit so that we can do it correct. Uh, this is why you need to study from life, and what I mean by that is, man, back when I was a teenager, and we had poor internet, bad internet, dial-up. I think these batteries might be done. I didn't change them last time. That means I would collect source material for references and just pile them up. Um, anything that looked cool, I just keep it in a box. And if I want to draw it, that was my go-to box. And that thing gets filled up pretty quickly, right? Um, Let me try this again before I change the batteries. That thing gets filled up really quickly, and now where that box went, I have no idea because I have been quite dependent on the internet for references. Google Images is, you know, a much bigger box, a box bigger than anything I could have collected. Um, when you pull the eraser out, sometimes that helps. So we still won't change the batteries. So what I mean by when I went and looked at a reference, I typed in big butt girl doing squats and booty shorts, and lo and behold, there was exactly that. Really nice fitness bikini model showing us how to do squats in booty shorts, which was great because I was able to see why these shorts were off. And because her legs are so far forward, this inner curve is correct, but from here, it should actually S up towards the joints of the hips. Now, it should still be on her hips, and because the shorts are short, there should be some bunching around that area. But that should be mostly in front of the girl, and it doesn't seem to come to the back very much. So we're not going to change any more of that. But we'll find a pen here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. About halfway here, it should go up this way. Right, and hopefully we can get away with not having to change too much. And that looks so much more convincing, right? It does mean we got to fix these little areas. Bonus, it's a little bit more revealing, which is nice. We're not shy about admitting that we enjoy that around here. Maybe that means this art isn't for everyone, but it does mean it's for some people. And that reminds me, YouTube guys out there, I said if you leave me a comment or a question that I would answer it on this stream, and I do believe I got one comment. Not a question, from Mr. J Ultra. This piece looks friggin' awesome. Well, Mr. J Ultra, thank you very much for the comment. Those are definitely the kind of comments that we enjoy around here. Appreciate it, man. Matter of fact, before I forget, let me at least leave a because I have so few comments right now. But they're trickling in, which is great. Let me leave him a thank you in case he doesn't see this. There we go. And that's our internet stuff done for today, and we can focus on the drawing now. But again, guys, leave me a question. You don't want to leave me a question here. You don't want to talk into chat on Twitch. If you catch this on YouTube, leave me a comment or a question. I will answer it for now, as long as I can. As long as I'm not overloaded with questions. You guys should have some time. I'm not, but I do hope that you know, I hope that I don't have enough time to respond to all of you here in the future. Right now, I don't know about this color. This might be the right. Yeah, this is the right one. And I'm getting the light tone out of it by smearing it, picking up a lot of that pigment, and pushing it over to the side and creating a variation of the value of this color. Alright, that's too dark for me. So we're going to have to push a little harder before this dries. This one is, gosh, not a Sharpie. This is a cheap flesh tone marker that I bought on Amazon, a no-name marker. I'm sure there's like how do you say, a bunch of clones of this. That looks pretty good, but I left a little black dot, probably from the glove. It evens out the tone there. If I can just get it to do it right. Oh, now we're making a mess because we put too much pigment on the table. That's okay. That's what happens sometimes with this technique. And maybe the finger that I'm using, the glove, has too much pigment from the other markers on it already. Try to pick some of that up. You can tell when this thing doesn't want to draw on top of it because it creates like a rough surface. Maybe we'll go back to using the fine tip, because that chisel tip was getting too crazy. This glove might be too dirty. Let me try another finger here. I might just have to switch gloves. Nope. All right, let's change our technique here. We'll use this lighter color. So we picked up some of the black ink from the pen, and no, that's not the right. It's got to be this one. But let's see if we can fix that up, make that look good again. Well, that's the right tone. That's just not, or it's the right color, it's just not the right value. I think I want a lighter value. Well, it's not picking it up. And that's better. So you have to smudge in the right direction. It's not picking it up. Let's try and lighten that up a bit. Got some reflected light on there. Maybe a little too much. Well, sometimes that just means we got to keep at it for a bit. It's okay. There's also some damage on the table around here, which is just right there, that little spot that's not helping too much. Alright, try and clean this marker off. Maybe that's got some on it too. And well, we'll just keep at it until we're happy with the results. Looks like I gotta go quick and smudge quick. Maybe I just need a new glove. We'll try it with I got another glove around here. It's the one I'm using for pencils only. Oh, that one doesn't have enough fingers. Oh, we got more gloves around. Bear with me, guys. Sorry for the rough start. Sometimes I get a little bout of insomnia and start my day a little late. That's what's been happening recently. I'm sleeping fine. Don't worry about me. I just end up going to sleep way too late and waking up later in the day than I want to. But I'm not missing anything, so not a big deal. And there we go. Let's try that again. Try that again with a clean glove. That's much better. Now let's see if I can get it right. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. You want to leave a darker value around here to show some parts where the light doesn't reach perfectly. Let's just keep trying different things until we're happy with the result. And we'll go back to the chisel tip. Oh, so close. We've got to like press harder and lighter and figure out how to use our finger correctly. This is all stuff, all techniques that I'm making up on the go, right? Because not exactly any tutorials for how to smudge permanent marker around. Oh man, that's real close. That's pretty good actually. So if we can't find this line, it doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look as good as this. And I think it's because I was using two different tones of marker. Yeah, let's put some light in that. Oh, darn it, the black. Oh, black. Always picking up the black. But that's okay. Which one is this? Okay. There we go. Line that tone up. That's pretty good. Let's see if I can fix that up and maybe it'll look like I want it to. Oh, what I dropped? This might need that. Maybe? Yeah, no. That's okay. Let's clean this up. And definitely gonna have to pick this up because when I go to color the concrete underneath her there, that will probably be a problem later. And I don't want too much of that in there. Do I want? Looks like I want an even lighter tone. She's got really good values in her spine, her back area. I want to make sure that I'm replicating that. Let's see. It says I use these markers to push around the other ink. And that's how I got a dirty glove. But that's what the gloves are for. At least right now, that's what they're for. Okay. Maybe. Let's try this again. Yeah. It doesn't look bad, but I didn't leave. Huh. Maybe I should watch the video and see how I did it the first time to see if I can replicate it. But really, there isn't a lot of different things that I could have done, so I should be able to figure it out here. That looks right. That looks really cool. She's a little darker right there. But maybe I can build up some pigment there and get it to stick. Huh. All the light value is gone. It's drying instantly. Let's see, it looks like maybe you guys can't see why I'm trying so hard over here. I have to try to match what I did on this back and make it look consistent with that. So we want to have the same amount of highlights, even though we're using the exact same marker. Oh man, I just picked up all that pigment. Whoops. Man, I'm all fumbly today. Oh, I need that. Excuse me, I went under a cabinet over here. Alright. I was just picking up everything. Oh, maybe this is the wrong one, that's why. that's actually okay. Maybe that's what I needed. So I can wipe this harder. It's the pressure that I apply changes it too. And I'm starting to think it was a combination of both of those, not just this marker. Which maybe is a good thing because maybe I figured it out. Let's see. Let us see. Come on. You know what? I think maybe it had some of this marker in it. And maybe that's where I'm getting the different tones. I did too much again. Does that look right? Does that look? I think it might be. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that was it. Let's set you aside so I don't grab you again. And then try to put some more of this tone in. Let's see if we can't blend that in a little nicer. Actually, doesn't look bad. We just need to clean up our edges here. All right. All worth it. All worth it. We are definitely going to continue to slave over the details because we're probably going to be enjoying this table for quite some time. And every time we look at it, it's going to be a little reward, a little personal reward for us, which is one of the big reasons why I'm doing this channel. I know I've said it before, but I haven't said it in a while, so I want to try and encourage people to get their art stuff done. Kind of my way of making the world a little better. I think if you take the time to draw something, you're on the way to a happier existence. I am going to change these batteries after all. Now that I'm pretty convinced it's the batteries. These erasers are great, but they do eat batteries pretty quick. I think maybe in the future I'll have to look into getting one that I can plug in. I think that would be smart, especially seeing how much I'm going to use this thing. A nice big beefy one. On the other hand, if you find that those things aren't working, I mean, maybe I wonder if they make like eraser tips for Dremels, but you can use one of these. Those guys usually have too much torque, and what you want is speed, not torque. I think once you have these bits, maybe if you can find a drill that'll accept your eraser bits, then go for it. All right, that is. Oh, looks a tiny bit off right here. I actually didn't end up liking that last little section. Let's see if I can just fix that by itself. Okay. And I would probably like it if there was just a tiny bit more tint here, like a shadow from the shorts. Instead of just picking up the black ink like I'm doing. Actually, I might leave that alone if I can fix the, what are these things called? A hemline or something? I don't know. Yeah. It's pretty good. I wonder, ooh, I'm not sure which purple I was using. It looks like it might be this one. Certainly close enough. I'm going to put just a little bit of bunching right here. Just by going like that. And then trying to color in side of the seam. Okay with this. Since I'm not going to be doing that for a bit, am I happy with that? Gosh, I'm not happy with some of this. The scale of what you're drawing really changes it, so let's see if I can't just put in tiny bit of detail here. Am I off camera? No, good. And these these markers really aren't that precise, so we have to create that illusion of precision, that illusion of detail. Let's see if we can't actually looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. You do not have to know when to call it, when to say that's enough. Because it's not always that apparent, right? We can push it and push it, get more detail out of it, make it look more and more amazing, and then it's kind of a wall you hit with the markers. I mean, there's a reason people use paper to draw on. So it's a much nicer surface to work with. Okay, let's see. Let's continue on somewhere. I think we're going to move up here for a bit. Let's see where I put you. A little bit more. We got details up here. We want to work from this direction down to this direction. And we got a bunch of weird details in here that we're not even exactly sure what they are, some of them. honest. We're gonna try and lay some of them in. I should probably be using a marker for this, but I kind of want to have these lines be distressed. If I keep using my regular, the pen that I'm using to line everything, it will turn out like too bold for our background. We don't want that. We want skinny, vanishing, barely apparent lines. It's okay if those are all distressed. All right. But there I go. I always change my mind. It's like I was noticing like on AI, you can set some of them to how many iterations it comes up with. Um, this is kind of what's going on in my head, right? How many we, we make something, we see it, we reiterate. Um, I don't know what to put on this sign yet, but I think that's a sign anyway. Maybe we should clean up this dancer tube thing we got going. Maybe we still need to get in the spot, so we'll leave it. All right. Let's clean up the details in here. So that we can put our little worried driver back here, clutching onto his steering wheel for dear life. That's what he's doing. Oh, yeah, it should be a round steering wheel. I was thinking maybe you should have one of those pilot yokes. But no, I think a nice round steering wheel to show that our future cars are easy to drive. Because the government takes that into account. If something's not easy to drive, they don't allow it on the road. And we definitely imagine that there's a lot of government regulation in the future. Let's see what's going on with your hair over here, buddy. Might give him a douche nozzle haircut. Maybe. I don't know if this is a boy or a girl yet, honestly. But we know he's in America because he's on the left side of the car. Which is that's one thing I think we got wrong. We definitely we should be driving on the right side. I don't know if you guys YouTube. There's a guy named Lindy Page. He gives some decent reasons for why you should be on the right side. Like, especially if you shift, you want to let go with your weak hand and keep your strong hand on the steering wheel. I think that was a really good reason. And also, if you're like a bandit, you want to be able to stick your right arm out of the window and shoot some people, right? If you're a criminally minded individual, which I guess isn't a good case for why it should be on the right. But hey, good people gotta do some blasting too, you know. I don't know. Let's see. Does that look all right? Let's give them a seat belt here. And that looks like it might be just about right. Let's go ahead and line that and see what comes out of it. Sometimes pencils just need to be close enough. And as you can see, we're quickly running out of space for details. We just got little indications of details. And that's one reason our line's got to be thinner back here. Make a bold line and just look weird sticking out. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what, if this is a boy or a girl. Because it's too small to even tell. Up here, see I'm making a big change, which was a mistake. It made more sense the way it was. Here's my handy dandy spin-a-majig eraser. Looks like I used my superpower on it to make it there we go. Make it disappear into the void. Yeah, let's go back a little higher. That will make more sense because we kind of have a top-down view of that. And let's put some. Let's sit back in right here. With the bit of the headrest showing. Let's put the seatbelt in here. And drawing all this little tiny details takes more time than you'd think. Just get it, you're drawing smaller, it'd be done quicker, but that's not always the case. We'll continue to put more details of the inside of the car here. Put more people in here, but it's already cluttered. We want to go I go for busy, not cluttered, or maybe chaotic, not cluttered. Let's see. Just go ahead and give the. You don't want to use lighter skin tones back here because it's in the back, so everything should be lighter. Less contrast. And pick a random color for this shirt. This looks random enough. Whatever this person might be wearing. Whoa, that's too close to that car. Too close. Let's pick a different color. Completely different color. So close to that. Boy, I've used too. I've used all the colors, right? Let's use you. I don't use you a lot. Okay, yeah, yeah. And what else? So I guess the interior we can just go ahead and make black, but black is relative. Black at this distance means gray because of lack of contrast in the background. So we're just going to use our lining pen here to brush some black in and pick out some of those details, make it look like it's reflecting some light. Alright. And maybe we should smudge that as well. But I think it looks okay. There might just be too much white in there. The contrast is too strong, but we don't want to black it out. And this pen doesn't smudge very well. I think it's designed specifically not to. Did I give him black hair without even thinking about it? Yeah. There's too much, the lines are too close together, the details too close together. Hair came out black. But we can still change that. Do I want to? think I think it sounds fun. That's definitely one of the things we're here to do. We're here to have fun. So let's go with you're now a green haired person. Because why not? There we go. Now you have a small amount of interest to you. Guy, person, lady, man, sir, whatever you are. Too far back to tell. But we will grab this gray. We'll grab this gray and we'll work that in because we do not like the white. The white and the black are creating too much contrast. And like I said, once you're at this scale, you want to create less contrast. You want to have it effectively blurry, low in detail, which is great. I think when I first started streaming at this show in particular, I'd always think about things that I wanted to talk about, and especially because I didn't have anyone in the chat, and that's what's going on today. But this is okay because maybe I get to talk about some of the stuff I want to talk about. A little bit of get some drink here. A little bit of reflection, which art is, I think, intrinsically if I could speak, intrinsically reflection. All right, you are in effect left alone with your thoughts, and what you're putting down on the paper is or whatever you're working on is effectively your thoughts, and you get to see your own thoughts. Um, and I think for that reason, art is pretty invaluable. Is that the right usage of that word? Valuable? I think it means the same thing as priceless, sort of. Um, and I was thinking about my my introversion and how I've been working to move away from that trait to help market myself. So it's always been a weakness of mine. Um, like I'd see, especially when I was tattooing, I'd see artists that I felt objectively that I was better than, a better artist than them. Um, and I would get praise. I wasn't not blowing smoke up my own butt. Like I would, I would get praise from those artists on my designs and my tattoos and um, creativity and all that. Like those guys would praise me, um, and I compare that to the praise that they got. Um, and I think some of them were even like surprised uh, that I was good because I wasn't making a terrible amount of money. But it was like it was obvious to I think a casual observer when you see how good they were at talking to people and their forceful extroverted nature really came out, and they could sell themselves really well. I'm going to switch back to the dirty glove because I think I'm going to do some dirty stuff over here, and I don't want to be wasteful. So, so seeing that, I've tried over the years, and it's been working to some degree, to make myself more and more extroverted and forceful, and it's because I'm like really liberty minded, like anti-authoritarian. I really despise telling people what to do and what they want. And when you sell someone on a tattoo, that just comes off as confidence. It's not it's like, yeah, I'm telling you what you want, but but somehow I'm not a cocky bastard. Somehow this is what you want. You want to be told what you want, and sure enough, you want. Should I use this blue? It's a nice blue. But it's not something that I naturally have in me. Oh man, that's a really nice blue. I think I'm gonna not use this, but I'm gonna save it for this car down here with this guy on it because I want to see more of this on my table. Or should I just use a different? Mm, I'm not sure. I definitely want to see more of that blue on my table. I just like the tone of that. But to me, I was like, I was a bouncer for 12 years, and that doesn't make any sense. Um, but I because I wasn't always a nice bouncer. I hope that it made me at least a little bit nicer. Definitely towards the end, I was really having trouble telling people anything at all about what to do. Club rules be damned. Like, like, who gives me the right to tell that person what to do? And it's, oh no, this is that super nice gray. I don't know what this is. Um, like, why should I be able to tell you what to do, man? Like, By the same token, because I don't like being told what to do, right? Um, I I despise it. I don't like being told what to do, and it's that golden rule kind of stuff, right? Like treat others the way you want to be treated. And for that same reason, like I mean, the tattoos that I I designed, I designed most of them, and I designed them to the point where I literally did uh, the design and you um, or told the artist exactly what I wanted. There was no input on their part, right? Because I'm an artist. I know exactly what I want. I have a vision. Um, I don't need another artist to communicate that vision for me and try to improve upon it. Like I already know what I want. So where was I going with this? Yeah, so it was really hard for me to tell people you want this. It just, man, like to the core. And I think the bouncing only made it more so that I really despise telling people uh, what to do. It's like I'm telling you what to do. I don't want to, like, you're an adult, man. I don't need to tell you what to do. Right? At least I think so. Uh, so that's one of the reasons I stopped balancing too, because I just couldn't do it anymore. Bossing people around, telling them what to do, just didn't have it in me anymore. And that's one of the reasons I don't want to tattoo anymore either. I'd rather make art in a different capacity, if at all possible. That being said, who knows? Maybe I'll be tattooing again in the future if all the moves I'm making right now don't end up working out, and hopefully they do. I'm very optimistic, but that doesn't mean that we can live off optimism, right? We should have backup plans whenever possible. That was an interesting color I chose for back here. I should have chose something lighter, maybe. But I do like it, so that's what it's gonna be. I wonder. I might have, my mind might have wandered off a bit. I'm not sure if I finished the point. I'm not sure. No, not 100%. Let's get that little area right there. I don't like those little tiny bits of white. Okay. I almost feel like I should leave that in, or maybe even continue it. No, I don't like how that looks. Um, but anyway, if you guys catch this, tell me how I'm doing on the extroversion in practice. Tell me if it's coming out all right. If I sound I don't know. I don't know if I want to sound forceful. Tell me how I'm sounding. Let me know. let me know and I'll be grateful. We take I don't know if I should have done that gray. Hmm. Let's continue on with this blue and just put some sense that maybe the rest of the car is back here and oddly shaped somehow. As it should be, but we don't want to define that shape too much because we don't actually know. We're kind of making it up. Doesn't look too bad though. I think maybe the lines on his face or her face, still can't tell, might be a little too dark. Let's go in here with this guy and just touch him a little, which is actually a lot. There's too much boldness on that face. Stands out too much. It should be murkier details. And now he's an alien abomination. We might have to put in a little bit more. We might have taken off a little bit too much. Let's see if we can use this pen. This pen's a little thinner. All right, that's much better. Let's see, we have a strange white spot in here. And I feel like we should maybe just fill it in with this nice dark color we're using. We'll just fill that in. We'll continue to do that. Okay with that. I think I like this, but I wish this was lighter. We'll get some more hints of reflection. Like this is, I hope I don't scrape this off because I like it. All right. That's another whole 1% of the table done. So we still need to cram some more stuff up in here. I am going to attempt to freehand this sign, which may be a mistake, but that's okay. And wherever you go, where there are bars in the United States, invariably there are Irish bars. So we're just going to put a Murphy's in here. So that is one of the stereotypical names of a bar in the United States for an Irish bar. Don't get me wrong, some of them are much more creatively named. But seeing as bars are pretty much everywhere, sometimes they just stick to the classics. All right. No reason to get too fancy. If you see Murphy's, a sign that says Murphy's along the road, you can stop in and have a drink, right? That's what those signs are for. And we'll just put some random lines back here. I'm trying to break these lines up. Just skim right over the table and barely touch it. We are coming out pretty janky though, which might be okay because I think I'll color them in and kind of rub them off a little bit with the color. So let's definitely put something in this little area and be done with that. It's too bad the mighty helicopter isn't hovering about, because he would have told me what to put in that tiny space in absolutely no time, and I wouldn't even have to think about it. He's so on the same page. He just nails his ideas. And he actually has one for me. Instead, we're gonna have to use our own brain. Um, so let's get the wheel spinning in there. Let's get the wheel spinning. You know what we'll do? It's so small right here. It's so small, but it has to be bigger than this. But it also has to be in the background behind this mess that we made over here. So it has to be smaller than that because it's farther back. I think the detail should be small enough that if I just put some squiggly lines in here, and yes, this is one of my actual techniques, and I'm sure other artists do similar things. If I put some squiggly, wiggly lines, bunch of mess like that, right? And then we just go in here and look, and we say, oh, okay, this squiggly line, to me, actually looks like yet another car. I know it's not super imaginative, but it worked. Plus, I mean, it's in the sky in the city, so really, what else can there be but hover cars? Of course, you say hover bus, but well, we could put a hover bus, um, but it's you wouldn't even be able to tell. Let's put a hover bus in here, and it would just be flipping right over. You won't, like I said, we're so far back, nobody can tell what's going on anymore. And we'll just pick out these lines, these squiggly lines. We'll pick out the ones that we like. I think this should actually be a really useful technique. All kidding aside, for for a couple people, like when you see people drawing and they're real sketchy drawers and they sketch their way to it. What they're doing is they're sketching, and if the sketch is a little bit, that sketchy line's a little bit off to the wrong side, then they just adjust a little bit to the other side, and adjust and adjust and adjust and adjust and adjust. So what they're doing is actually looking for the right line. Let's put a pod, a little hover pod. We've stopped. You probably shouldn't have to stop in the future, but because you could just pick a different lane elevation. But they might have some sort of street signs just in case. So when you're picking all those lines, it's kind of like the same thing. If you just put some squiggles and you can just, since you're already so good at picking those lines and seeing what you're doing as you're making the lines, well, just make the lines to start with, and then you can, um, like this thing looks like a Godzilla monster to me. So that's what we'll do. Um, Pick out the lines that you like out of your squiggles, and you can draw something over it. And it's something I used to do a lot more when I was younger. I'd close my eyes and scribble something on the page, and then I clean it up and turn it into something I like. Right? And that's a good challenge, a good brain exercise. Um, that will help you. And then you can do some automatic drawing. I think not too far here in the future, I'll probably do an episode on automatic drawing because everybody's is different and it's nice. It's really cool. I don't know what's going on here, but let's just pick out those lines because I like them. All right, now we got something to work on. We're just going to go ahead and color all that little tiny stuff in. We're going to do it without lines because it's really far in the background. Or a neon color. I don't think I want a neon color. Let's do this baby blue because I feel like public transit uses these kinds of colors. They'll probably also use white. So that might be white, but then we'll grab some silver for the hover element. Anyway, let's go ahead and make that art tip of the day, right? This is an art advice show, after all. I swear it is. Actually, that works. I think the silver is like out or something, but the fact that it's not laying down a ton of ink is working in my favor. Okay. I wonder what color our little Godzilla guy should be over there. I don't think I have green enough, dark enough green, to do it justice. Let's just pick all of our lightest colors. Because this is in the background again, and we want it to look far, far away and lack that contrast. If I make anything yellow, it'll just blend into those flames, so we can't do that. Maybe we can get away with some pink. If not pink, maybe we can do salmon. Let's see. Let's just put some salmon over here. And that's so far away that we can't actually make out any more details, so that's fine. But what was I saying? That's the art tip of the day, guys. Scribble some stuff on the paper and then see what you can make of it. Just in case you're having a little bit of trouble. Wow, I wonder if you can hear that. In case you're having a little trouble deciding what to draw, that's one of my techniques to get out from under the I don't know what to draw mood. The answer is anything at all. Which again is, well, I'll be doing some of the automatic drawing. Sorry, dude. I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing stuff off screen again. Just adjusting this bikini on our cyber suit girl here. Another big thing. Okay. Need to focus and get back up here with you guys instead of moving the camera around everywhere. Sorry about that. I was looking for some light colors. This looks pretty light. Let's make you this color. Yeah, this color's much uglier than what I thought it was going to look like. Maybe it's because the pencil's blending in. I'm not sure, and I don't care because even though this color's ugly, I think I like it on the table. There we go. We're going to grab some more of that silver because um, it looks badly reflective. Like a lot of the pigment's gone. And I think it looks right like that in the distance. Reflections of stuff that you couldn't possibly make out with the human eye. Sounds about right to me. This bus isn't standing out at all, though. I mean, well, it's not supposed to stand out, but it's also not supposed to look like nothing. So, let's see if I can find a blue. It's a little darker than the one we used. We can use it to highlight the rest of this bus. And I know it doesn't look like much of a bus, probably from where you're at, but that's because it's flipping over and it's a hover bus, not an actual bus shape that you could recognize. And that is yeah, it's obscured, it's in the background, so on and so forth. So just a little bit of black. As a matter of fact, I might line some of this stuff because parts of it are white, maybe a little black. With our extra fine liner here might be the thing to do. Maybe a yellow or an orange for that street sign, the street light. I don't know what color this is, but let's use it. If it blends in too much, that's okay. Because we were just doing those micro details near our vanishing point, which we're not, it's largely undefined because we just went for it on this table. We didn't actually cement that in. Gosh, we're almost to it back there. Let's grab this green. You know, Godzilla should be darker green. We want soft colors. Soft colors in our background. Softer and softer. And I'm actually going to go ahead and use some pointillism, as Luke pointed out. It's not called dottism. No, I'm not sure if dottism is also a thing. I can't remember. I think it might not be. I think it's just what the uneducated types like me call pointillism. Yeah, but we're so far back in the background that this will create some texture, and in the foreground it just doesn't look good. But back here where we're in the no detail zone, then that actually looks pretty cool. What else? Maybe I should just, I feel like I should gray out a little bit. And this is a really nice gray. Let's just try and gray some of this out. What we can't tell what's going on. Maybe we're looking at street or a building. Maybe I should put some more pink in for that car. Are you the pink I used? I feel like you're not. No, I tried grabbing that salmon color. It was this one. It turned out not to be salmon. It turned out to be pink. Right. Okay. Yo, J Beef, what's up? Thanks for joining me, man. I don't know if you caught me in my diatribe. We are doing some of the micro details way back here in the nether. And kind of just seeing how it goes. I feel like it should get darker down here. We are not going to clean up this pencil. We're just going to let it blend into whatever we're doing over here. And does that look right? I think it does. Looks like an absolute mess back there. Which is nice because it's a contract to a nice fine detail up in the forefront. I think that will definitely work. We're gosh, do we move back over here? No, I should really do this area. Let's see if I got you centered right. Right. So this is blank and that little spot is blank. And we should work on that area and make sure we don't put nonsense in there. We might finish this. Let's see, I didn't change much on our row over here. Just moved her bikini line over a tiny bit to make it look like her chest had more of an influence on this line of this bikini, which means that this one, no, she's twisted up that way. That looks about right. I think maybe move that line over just a tiny bit. That's about right. That's pretty good. Alright, so I guess we should do our lackadaisical, super beefy cyberpunk over here with the blades on his head. Thanks to Helicopter's suggestion. So we'll just, let's see if I can find the silver that the metallic gray or silver or whatever it is to make his spikes actual spikes. And that's what we're going to look for. No, this is silver I was using. Here's the other one. Here it is. Alright, we're gonna let that, we're not gonna clean it up. We're gonna let that go dirty. Yep. Yep. I think that's, if we can avoid rubbing that off, that's how that's gonna stay. Okay. And it looks like this guy maybe gets a lot of sun, so we'll maybe start them off with uh, some of this mahogany skin tone. Try to. Hmm, it's not rubbing off very well. Maybe we just work it in. Just work it in and see. And try not to cover up our lines there, which I'm pretty sure we want to stay, to show how bulging his tendons and stuff are. Okay. Yeah, I think he looks random enough anime skin tone. Yeah, I noticed that like the animes, I feel like they use just any random skin tone to differentiate people. I guess it's you only have so much variation in your lines and your style. You you need to make characters look different somehow. That's why they do the hairstyles so crazy. Um, which is funny that's one of the techniques that they come up with to differentiate their characters is crazy hairstyles. Because I guess we're talking character design now. The girls in Japan in school, they're not allowed to have very crazy hairstyles at all. They're not allowed to have ponytails. I was watching one of those this cool Japanese YouTuber. I can't really tell. I don't remember what his name is, but he just interviews people on the street and asks them different questions about the culture. And one of the things he said is that I think it was him. I don't know. I'm not didn't exactly say who he was, so I'm not misquoting him. Sorry for the bad info, guys. The point I'm trying to get to is that he said that the girls in school aren't allowed to have ponytails because it could excite the boys. That's the point I'm trying to get to. Um, so in a culture that's so prudent, it surprises me that they, or maybe it shouldn't surprise me because it's like repressed and they're letting it out in the art, right? That happens a lot too. But they are like, excuse me, get some water. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. And it's like a ponytail, like that's one of the most boring things that you could possibly wear. Um, I mean, I don't know. I wore a ponytail for years and years. I guess some of the boys got excited, so I can't, I can't act too surprised. But nonetheless, like they're not allowed, they're not allowed to have that at schools, and yet their anime characters are just overloaded with crazy hairstyles, right? Um, and again, it might be because since they're like repressed in that aspect of their life that they uh, really let it out when it comes time to make the art. Um, which the original thing I was talking about was that's another technique to differentiate the characters is by just picking a just picking a different skin tone. And since don't use they don't use a whole lot of different values. Um, if if they shade at all, sometimes it's one shade different from the main skin tone, and sometimes it's not none at all. Sometimes it's just two, like two extra shades. Um, so they got to use all the different colors that they can, right? Like, I wonder if they have a bucket of like this is Saitama skin color. I bet it's that actually sounds pretty efficient. I'm, I'm like kidding, but not kidding at all. Let's fix this hand up because it looks a little wonkety. And I whoops, I am digging that skin tone, but it's not shaded enough for me. It's way too flat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in. I'm going to try and put some black on it. Put some more anatomy in here because this guy's not just buff, he's cyber buff. He's got cyber muscles for days. We want to exaggerate and play that up. I'm not sure if this is gonna work like I'm thinking. It's kind of working a little bit. I'm using the black to create shadows, but then I'm gonna go back in and move this black around with the same color that I was using to create more dark spots and hope that that black gets blended into the skin there. See if that works. Typically in skin, you shouldn't just go adding black into the thing. You should actually, well, I'm not sure if you should do it for everything, but at least with skin, you shouldn't just like add in black and gray. You should actually be adding this another color that's the same but darker or lighter. Um, and skin's one of those interesting things when you get down into it. There's actually like green in it, like you wouldn't expect green to be in skin color, but it is. And you can do basically any skin tone with red, yellow, and black and white, I think. But we are going to skip those steps and just use something that's close to skin tone and add some black. Um, One, because he's in the background, and I want him to look burnt and overly tan, like uh, like when you had that much muscles, why would you ever wear a shirt? If you were in California, you just hang out on the beach all day and let everybody look at you, right? But if you're a city cyberpunk like this guy and don't have a, well, maybe he does have a beach nearby. Maybe he's on. Maybe this is the East Coast. I don't know. Um, anyway, he's probably not using these muscles just to show off. He's probably up to no good on his work days. Let's say. Virtual beach, right? Yeah, it could be. Could be. Could very well be. And actually, the position that he's in, um, so you guys know, because there's a lot of fantasy stuff on this table, I went ahead and did that position. But in real life, a guy with this much muscle would never be able to fold his arms in like that. Look at some like Mr. Universe stuff. When they're flexing their biceps, they're going as far as it'll let them. There's no you can't. I'm not sure they could touch the back of their necks, right? In order to bend your arm that way, you have to flex your bicep, which is going to get in the way. That's one of the strongest muscles on your arms. Um, so you see, like blacksmiths, um, from swinging a hammer all day, they'll get a bicep that can no longer touch their shoulders. Uh, Agent Ronnie Coleman, like, hey, baby. Yeah, this guy shouldn't actually. What I've done here is an impossibility, but because a lot of things on the table are impossible, we will suspend our disbelief and go ahead and do an impossible thing. Uh, we don't know how cyber muscles work, right? Maybe they're more flexible than regular muscles. So we're gonna we're just gonna go with that. It's I wonder if we can use this color for this car. Oh man, it says metallic on the thing, but when I look at it, it just doesn't look metallic. I mean, it's kind of shiny. I thought maybe a shiny red might be cool right there. We could make our own metallic red. Um, so I wanted this to be like a sports car. Yeah, red's a good color for a sports car. The other thing we can do, like that blue that we liked. I think maybe the blue might be okay. We're gonna go with the blue. We'll have to check that out later, sir. Um, all right. Yeah, maybe that nice blue that we saw earlier. Where'd you go? Oh, that's such, yeah, that weird. What is? I don't know what it is. It's like lavender or something, but it's so nice. Screw it. That's the color it's gonna be. I don't even know when I erased it, but maybe let's define this sports car better because I'm looking at it and not super understanding it. Um, or just we'll do looks heavyweights and yeah, I was like, that sounds awesome. It's like let me regale you with an anecdote. Um, so years ago, I had made a commitment to myself, and I've been doing pretty good, all things considered, on this because I used to weigh about 275 pounds, um, pretty close to 280. So I years ago, like a decade ago, I decided, longer down actually, I decided, you know what, it's um, my health is trash. I'm gonna get serious about losing some of this weight. And knowing myself, and if you don't know this already, then here comes some life advice. Um, your expectations of yourself need to be curtailed to reality, right? So I knew that I wasn't going to be able to make a big drastic change, but I made small changes, and I made uh, a lot of small changes. And it's over 10 years later, and I'm down to 220. So knowing how I am about like binging, um, gorging myself on life, and not just food but also life, and really taking enjoying pushing some of those extremes. I knew that I would have to curtail myself in a cautious manner and form good habits, basically. So, um, gosh, where was I going with this? I know it was uh, pertinent to the situation for some reason. No, I can't remember. Um, Small changes, maybe. I can't remember. But I did do that. Uh, I blanked out. That's what happens. That's what happens. I'm usually better about that, guys. Sorry, I just when I look at the art and make decisions, totally get sidetracked sometimes because it's the point of the show. Kind of. If you've been watching me, you'll know that I sometimes get on this spiel and then just start arting away and make a bunch of make a bunch of mistakes all over the place. I'll just go off and draw. Excuse me. Go off and draw something that doesn't need to be on the table. It's because I'm in like automatic drawing mode and not paying attention. This time I do the reverse. Oh, now I remember. Here was just this anecdote. Um, so I'd made this commitment to change my lifestyle, get healthier, and I remember those commercials. There were like Planet Fitness commercials or something, and they were trying to make fun of. They were making fun of the weightlifter guys, right? And they had that guy on there that was just like, I pick things up and put them down. I pick things up and put them down, and they're like really making fun of the of people who lift weights, and they're calling them lunks. Oh, it's like, oh, you go to the lunk gym or something. Like, oh yeah, you're just a lunk. Which is like whatever. If it gets people weary about their health, then good, whatever. Um, yeah, the no lunk zones, right? So like you're not allowed to drop weight. You're not allowed to grunt. It's like it's kind of like uh, I kind of see the other side of it because it's like if you're not grunting, are you even trying? Like, but this guy tells me, um, this one of my coworkers, he's like, um, He's a little bit lunky, right? He's kind of like this guy. Obviously, not as I say obviously, but it's not that obvious. Um, he's not like as bad as the commercial guy, right? He's not like that much of a crazy stereotype. Um, but he's a little lunky. Good dude though. Not making fun of him. He's just like to lift stuff. So he's telling me, he's telling all of us at the shop actually, not just me. Probably not even me. I was just in every conversation because you're at a tattoo shop. You're in a tight space. Everybody has their work areas, but like the common areas are really cozy. Um, Sometimes, not always, but most of the time. Um, you want to fit as many artists as you can in there. So he's telling us a story, and I'm going on and on about his diet. He has like pre-made meals of like it's all like a chicken breast and some broccoli. Yes, he can only eat exact things, and um, he starts telling us about his gym. He's telling us about his gym, and he's like, "Oh yeah, man, I found this gym. It's called like Iron Wolf or something like this." Telling us something, Iron uh, Wolf and Steel, something really tough sounding. It's like, whoa, all right. He goes, "Yeah, man, I don't go to that Planet Fitness crap. You can't grunt or drop your weights." And I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess you're pretty tough then." Um, I guess you're pretty tough, bro. You can't go to the Planet Fitness. Like he's like, I don't know if he's like trying to say that he's like proud to be a monk or something, um, or making fun of everybody at Planet Fitness. He goes, "Yeah, man, over there at Planet Fitness, they got air conditioning." And he goes, and then you can't grunt or they'll kick you out, and you can't drop the weights or they'll kick you out. And like it's just a bunch of like fat people and all this stuff like. And then he asked me eventually. He's like, "Oh, so do you work out?" And I go, "Yeah, I work out. I'm trying to lose some weight, man. Get healthy." He goes, "Where do you work out?" And I go, "I have Planet Fitness." I can go to Planet Fitness, man. Like, where else would I go? It's cheap, it's affordable. Um, and it's like, and then like everybody after all this stuff, yeah, exactly. And then after he'd said all this stuff, like everyone else is like looking at me like, maybe I'm not as macho as I should be or something, right? Like all of a sudden it's like I'm the weird one for wanting to go to Planet Fitness, and I'm just there like, bro, like people kind of start poking around, like I'm not a pushover, and people don't generally disrespect me. Luckily for being a pretty big guy, and people don't want to poke the bear so much. So they were being nice about their prodding, but they were prodding nonetheless. It's like, oh, so you're not afraid to be around all these wusses and um, fat people and dumb people and this and that. And I go, nah, dude, I'm just trying to lose some weight, man. It's like it's nice and air conditioned, and like you lose more weight in the cold than you do in the heat, man. I'm not trying to bulk up. I'm trying to slim down. Um, I don't need to be dropping a bunch of weights. I do a lot of reps. I do low weight, high reps. It's way better for your joints. You don't thrash your joints up, and you can trust me, you can build a lot of strength if you're willing to put the work in with low reps. And then I start like, when the prodding doesn't die down and they don't really want to let it go, and I'm like, look, dude, if you want to be in a cramped environment with a bunch of sweaty, glistening, grunting, roided up dudes, all smelly and sweaty and glistening and bulging men, then that's up to you, guy. If that's the environment you want to be in, not me, man. I go and watch a cooking show on the TV while I hang out on the treadmill, and sometimes there's some cute girls around, like, and it's nice and air conditioned. It's like, trust me, I sweat more than you do, guy. The air conditioner does not stop me from sweating, so I think he got a different view about it after, I kind of laid it out for him. Let's see how this. I think I'm gonna go deadlifts and squats, and only do them in an abandoned freight elevator. Well, you know what? That sounds pretty. That sounds pretty awesome to me, man. Oh, this is like adding. Getting some extra hue out of this. I think is the correct word. Not what I wanted on this face. I wanted less. But yeah, those that iron wolf or whatever the hell Jimmy went to did not sound that appealing to me. I do, and I mean the other blessing of Planet Fitness is all the YouTube videos we get, right? I mean, there are some absolute classics. I can definitely watch an hour of that every so often. Um, some of those guys that do their ninja training in there, or ride the machine like it was a mechanical bull, or all the all the crazy stuff that they do. Um, I'm definitely into those videos. Kettlebells. I lug around. Um, yeah, that's good. Like uh, picking stuff up and putting stuff down is good, but picking stuff up, taking it somewhere, and putting it down, uh, that's a damn good exercise. That will get you fit really quick. Uh, so so if you're serious about the kettlebells, that's definitely a good one. And I mean, a lot of these guys, uh, they're doing beach muscle stuff, right? All show no go. Um, they like they say that when you like train martial arts, you should you should train the way that you plan to fight, right? And kettlebell also helps force proper body mechanics when lifting. Yes, sir. Um, that's definitely a good one. You're recommended. So they say like train how you fight. Well, it's kind of the same thing. I think when you're lifting, um, you should train how you actually lift in real life. And normally, when you have to do stuff in real life, it's picking stuff up. Um, it's picking it up and taking it somewhere else, and putting it down somewhere else, right? That's what's going to make you useful in real life. Um, Dang, I think I'm gonna have to do this hair. I really don't want to. supposed to. So, so I definitely agree with you there. Kettlebells are nice. Pick them up, take them somewhere, put them down. Um, that's going to be a large part of life, um, especially if you have to do any physical stuff at work. Um, yeah, the last time I was fit was when I was working at the tire. I don't want to. Maybe I said their name before, but I don't want to say their name again because I wasn't happy there. Um, but I worked for a tire company doing changing tires on usually commercial vehicles, 18 wheelers, and that was a lot of picking stuff up and putting it down, man. I'll tell you. Um, Holy hell, was I ripped for a minute. Um, and I didn't even work there a whole year. Um, but, but I was stupid, unnecessary strong. um, and that was my fault because if I had been using proper technique, I wouldn't have needed to build that much muscle. But because I didn't really know what I was doing, that was the first time I did a job like that. I just built up a lot of muscle. Dang it! I went into this car. And now I've lost all that muscle. I'm sure. Now I'm all now I'm all wimpy and weak by comparison. Uh, which which my waistline uh, is grateful at least. Um, but I do need to get back into some fitness. Now that I bring it up, um, maybe that should be my next goal. I got a goal every week, and we've definitely progressed. And I've been good about uh, making my goals every week. Um, but man, there's so many things that I pick the most important couple of things every week, like focus on those, and oh, I got too much purple on this finger, damn it. Um, I get them done though. I do get them done. So if I can move my health up on the list of priorities, so I don't feel bad. I'm not like particularly unhealthy, something like that. Let me see if I can wait until this dries just enough, and then I'll give it a wipe. And I gotta be a little patient. Oh, well, hell, I think it might look better than before. This is a problem because I think it looks too good compared to the rest of the car, and I don't want to redo the car. But it's also the wrong color. hell. I think maybe, gosh, the if I had my heavy bag, God, I love working in a heavy bag. Up there in weight, 265, stuck at 220 for a minute, but since I quit drinking, I'm down to 190. Yeah, yeah. So I'm sure the lack of drinking has also helped. Um, it's I mean, I don't know how it works, but I think the alcohol keeps you from metabolizing the fat around you. So, gosh, this is definitely the wrong color. Not exactly sure on the science of that, but yeah, you. I mean, it sounds like pretty pretty similar things that we did there. But since this is an art channel, let's bring it back to art real quick. Um, if you make that commitment that you're going to draw just a little bit every day, you will get better at art and you will want to do it more. Um, and that is one of the things that I've been doing. I've been able to keep that one on and off. Um, Especially when I'm actually working in a shop, then it's not a problem. Then I definitely draw every day. And you don't get clients every day. Um, but that you so when you get used to like having clients every day, you might stop drawing because you know somebody's going to come in and you're not going to get to finish and so forth and so on. So you just relax because it's nice to relax before you tattoo someone, and then you get used to relaxing, and one day that client doesn't come in and you've gotten out of the habit of drawing every day, which is not a good thing. That's how that happens. And gosh, I really putting these colors so close together. I really made a mess of stuff. Um, but I think you know what? I say screw it because once I do make these commitments in my head, I've been good about keeping them. So I'm gonna make a commitment right now, right now, right now, right now. And that is that uh, I'm gonna do another stream this week, and I'm gonna do a video on automatic drawing because right now, I mean, it's super simple, super easy. There's no reason why I shouldn't make it if I thought about making it. Right now, I'm like regretting it in my head so bad 'cause it's like, oh man, there's that other stuff that I wanted to do. Well, I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna add this going into the week. Hold me to it, guys. So, oh, I so don't want to mess up my minigun. It looks so good. Um, this damn wiping technique. It's little indiscriminate, a little dangerous. Oh, I'm getting such a weird value out of this after wiping it. I think it's because I have nasty gloves. I switched back to this um, dirty glove. screw it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I don't hate it though. I don't hate it, but I think I'm not getting enough light values to make it look like a reflection. Anyway, I don't. Maybe I shouldn't have picked this color because I don't want it to blend into my superhero guy. It's just gonna look so much better if I smear it. Damn, it sucks. So I don't want to smear my minigun away. Not that we couldn't fix it, but um, yeah, screw it. I mean, I said I'm gonna commit. And that's it. You're getting that video this week. Um, plus, I've needed to make more instructional videos for a while now. Anyway, and there's some that I can't make right now because well, I got some ideas that aren't appropriate for most places. Some anatomical details that you can't draw on the internet. um, oh, I'm already drawing up over my rotary cannon. That is a really cool color, but man, I'm taking a lot of the blue out of it by smearing it. It's such a nice blue. A really nice blue. Hmm. I don't know if you guys can even tell because there's so much glare for you. Let me move you guys around a bit. Ah, let's swing a little. Okay, that's interesting. Just get up and do this right. And nope, nope. I'm gonna readjust this thing. That's better. Trying to line it up. I don't know if that helped at all. It probably did the very opposite of what I wanted it to. Yep. It's really hard to tell. It's just I'm not sure what this panel even is. I guess let's try and fill it all in and give it a smear. See, a lot of the color gets lost, and I think it's because this glove's just got too much pigment on it. Maybe it's time to throw it away. Maybe. The problem is if I get a new glove, it doesn't have enough pigment on it, and it picks everything up. It picks up all picks up all the ink, leaves nothing on the table. Um, which is the very opposite problem that we're having right now, right? And then it gets dirty and puts too much pigment down. So you got to get it in the butter zone or whatever you want to call it. Right in the sweet zone. Oh, did I go back into my car again? My other car, yeah. I'll fix that right now. What Sharpie did we use for that? This one? I think this is the right thing that I'm doing. I'm just being impatient. I have to wait. Have to wait a few seconds. About 10 seconds or so for some of the does that have gray in it? Clean it off first. Now I feel like this is the wrong color. I know what I was doing. Of course, I used the wrong fingertip. I think I was actually blending these colors together. And that's why this car is all sorts of almost identical colors, but not quite. Oh man, it's getting real smeary over here. Extra smeary. Go like this. And quickly do this. And try to wait just the right amount. And use the correct finger this time. Oh man. That went really well for the top half of that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Keep screwing this up. Well, maybe. I mean, we're gonna have to do this eventually. Keep messing with this. Oh, and it just looks the wrong tone to me. I really wish. Really wish the stuff was a little more permanent sometimes, but okay. Here we go. Time to try again. Oh, I can feel all the pigment on this finger. Let's see if it's okay. All right. That went really well. I think that's the wrong color though. Why does it look the wrong color? That looks so the wrong color. Let's try this one. These bloody colors are so similar, and the caps on the Sharpies are not particularly accurate. They're more of a suggestion. Is that worse? Do I really need one of these together? Maybe just gonna have to get get crazy here, and I can't tell which one of these colors is right. And that's because I think I blended stuff together when I did this. Yeah, I mean that's weird. Let's just try a whole different color then. I know it wasn't you, but there might be some of that in there. Gosh, go back. I've already spent so much time on this car. It's just never ending. Now that I have to draw around it, I'm messing it up. And this looks close. But it doesn't blend as good because the tip is too small. Oh, please just work. Ah man, the real the real problem is it looks better than the rest of the car. And I've redone that color on that car so much trying to make it look good that I don't know, do I redo the whole freaking car? I guess it might be the easiest way to do it. And maybe I should do it now before it gets even harder to do without messing up everything else. Let's try to continue laying in some of this color for the car back here. And we're just going to set this car back here. Continues on like so. And back here. Is that where it needs to go? Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with that. It'll be over here. And it needs to go down into this hair and this claw. Which means we have to define some of this hair and this claw. I think where they're at is okay. Make sure I'm on camera. Sometimes I'm not the best at that. I get excited. Get excited about what I'm drawing, get lost in the drawing, and that's generally a good thing. Drawing by yourself, that's something you definitely want to happen. It is a wonderful state of being. I talked about this before. To be engaged in your work There is nothing more wonderful than that. You can just get lost in what you're doing, get in that zone. So some people call it the zone, some people call it like a Zen state, whatever you want to call it. I think in simplest terms, it's just being engaged in your work. Once you're good and engaged, things really start flowing. That's a wonderful place to be. Okay, let's this way so I don't get confused. And let's try and fill in the rest of this car without messing up too many more things. Um, we don't want to mess up our Ruby rotary cannon. It came out really nice. And I'm only messing it up a tiny bit. If I can keep these lines here. That will keep me from getting into the color and making an extra big mess. Somehow, maybe. Alright, that means we can color this in. Color of this car. So we can assume it continues back there. And we can assume it continues back here, where I drew out that it should be. Just add a line. Is that a girl's name? Adeline? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't like the hood now. Darn it. It doesn't go back far enough for me. Well, you know what? It's a hover car. Maybe it's all engine back there. Yeah, why not? Let's just put these lines back in. Good. I got this color right here. And man, this makes me so upset because I've done the color on this car so many times. I've struggled with it for hours and hours. And now that I've done this panel looks so much better than the rest of this car. And that's... I mean, there's a silver lining in everything. If this looks that much better, then it means we can make the rest of the car look better. It looks like some of this is rubbed off because I've been working in this area too much. And it sucks because this pigment is just on there, you know? Do I need another glove now? For sure. So if I switch to too early then. Man, I don't know, I was trying to do a thing here. Um, and man, I see why I struggled so much with this. I was happy with it, but then one little streak. Yeah, now I'm just like, time to redo the whole bloody mess. Oh well, what can I say? Um, I don't, I don't get to decide when the piece is done. It tells me, all right? So here it is. It's talking to me. It's saying, you know what? This this mess you made over here, that's not gonna fly. You're you're gonna have to redo that. Here I am, like, okay, you're the boss. Unfortunately, not me. Just kidding. This is definitely the place that I go to be in control, and I like that. So, and it was actually pretty easy to do. So that tells me a couple things. That tells me that I have gotten better at this technique and at using the markers overall, which makes perfect sense because if you see how many videos there are of me doing this table, check that out on my YouTube channel. I think we're up to, this might be 16 times 4. That's a bigger number. I don't know, 64 hours or something. Ooh, this color's not liking it. I didn't like it. And it's been more hours than that because this was a casual side project before. Now it's a main project. But this was the pick up a marker and do a little something every once in a while project for quite a while until I decided, man, this really needs to be done. Which is where we're at now. It's a different color. That's the problem. The different colors have different amount of flow. They're not like really I don't know if you get this problem with the more expensive markers, but the darker colors and lighter colors flow differently, so it's harder to blend them, which normally wouldn't be a problem because these colors aren't intended for blending. Um, they're meant to go over stuff, but because the solvent in the marker, which I imagine is just water, because I think they're water-based, like the solvent in the marker refreshes the pigment up, but there's not quite enough of it to really pick up all that pigment that's still on there. I don't hate that at all. So it's kind of like you're rubbing it off and getting it onto the marker tip, and making it very difficult for yourself. And even though I was happy with it, I'm going to go ahead and leave that alone again. I'm not so sure about this roof. Damn it, of course. No, it doesn't want to work. Like I said, it doesn't want to deposit any more ink because it's getting gummed up with all the stuff already on the table. Just trying to clean it off of my glove here. And as you can see now, it's just like scraping stuff off. That's not the worst. That could be better. Don't hate that though. Leave it and try to leave some of what I've done. But this part to me looks like reflection. So we're going to keep doing it because I like the effect. Yeah. So there were some rough spots there, so okay, maybe I'm getting close to being able to leave this alone. I don't know. Gosh, and I bet on the camera it looks like I've been doing nothing, but I'll put up some when I'm finally done. There'll be some pictures up on Instagram so you guys can get a much better view than you're getting now. And I do have a link for that below if you want to check that out. Which reminds me, you can see some of the commission work that I've done on there. And if you catch this video, decide you want a commission from me, you can check out my Instagram and see if that's something you'd be interested in. Go ahead and plug myself while I remember. And lately I've been a little lax on that because, well, I know I shouldn't be, but I know I've got a small audience, and I don't want to hound anyone. Again, brings me back to the forcefulness and extroversion and lack thereof. Maybe I should be hounding you. Um, that's just something I gotta find that zone that I'm comfortable in, wherein being being forceful enough to get my point across, but not so forceful that I'm being authoritarian. My white spot doesn't even look bad, but it doesn't look right either. Come on, get in. Put more pigment in there. I kind of messed up this roof, and I just realized not on camera. It doesn't look so bad on camera, but it's not up to snuff here in the real vision world. Looks like I'm getting. That looks better. Some of these inconsistencies look fine because they look like they're reflective, although I think that might be because we're used to cars being reflective now, so that might be my brain is assuming it, which I'm not sure is a problem. But if my brain didn't assume that, I wonder if it would look trashy or something. Okay, well, that's the car now. Again, go back to the earlier episodes where we struggled with this for quite some time. Well, I think now that it's redone for the who knows how many times, maybe I got good at it. Maybe I got good at it. Of course, right here where I started, messing all this up. And again and again and again. Let's give that marker a rest. Okay, so we got that done. Again, we got. Now that I look at this again, I am thinking that I am going to flat out grab a pencil and just put in some random lines. I don't think the pen is thin enough. And I think we're going to just leave those pencil lines in there. And we'll see what we do with that in the future, if anything, or if we just leave it. I didn't plan to leave any pencil on this table, but it's looking like that's going to be the only tool I have that conveys how far back that is. Well enough. Okay. I do have this car mostly colored. Down here. What did I grab this for? I'm not sure. I think I saw something that needed right. Clean this up a bit. Spread my blue over the place. putting some more blue. Um, Grooving. You know, I keep getting this blue over my claw. It's not supposed to go there. Should we grab this? I feel like we should line that. And oh man, there's these. I put these tiny details in. You know, we got to try and work around them. That looked pretty decent. We can do a little better though. I like it. Looks really sharky. Um, at least in my mind. I do love sharks. Uh, I hope that came off. Let's fix that up. Well, I'm using the finger with too much pigment on it. Well, the streaks don't bother me. I think they don't bother me. I can like rub it in. Yeah, they look fine because they look like reflections. Mm, so the glossy body of the car on this color is darker than that color up there, so it's easier to blend around. Excellent. Okay, so once you put the interior of this car, and that little spot right there will actually be done with that. So I just need to fill something up in that tiny little spot, and it could really be anything. And those, honestly, those spots are so small that I shouldn't be thinking about this so much, but I should actually just do. I'll just put a line here, and maybe put a line here, and one here. And this may be cheating, but I'm imagining a cat back there, like a big cartoon cat that no one will be able to see, and I don't even know what it looks like. And maybe it's got like a bow tie or like a red Google nose. Who knows, man? But maybe he's all pink. Um, just different shades of pink. And we just need to get over it and put something back there because we're wasting too much time thinking about it. Um, and ultimately, there's nothing to be gained from that space. If we were doing, if this was on paper, then I would worry about what's back there, and I would actually just like that, right? Can't get past those little details. You gotta work them in. And the thing is, you actually, since this is an art advice channel, I'll give you more art advice. You you put in too many details like that, and it takes away from your subjects in the foreground. It starts to get in the way. So I actually recommend you don't do that. Um, just for aesthetic reasons. Let's see if I can find the marker that's the color of that, or maybe I'll just go with a random color. I was looking for this color of this wall, and because the tips of these markers are so whatever, they're, like I said, they're a clue. They're a hint, but they're not actually not normally what they say, what they report to be. Some of them look like the actual tips. Not a lot of them. I mean, similar. Most of them are similar. I'd say 75% of them are similar. But are they exactly like that? No. No. You think these guys would have the hookup on, maybe it's you. And if it's not, maybe I'll go with you anyway. Oh, it's definitely not. This is much more green than I thought. You think these guys would have the hookup on pigments? Ah, shot that at myself. And they could maybe make the caps accurate to the color. I think they're one of the more successful companies that you can find about it. Oh man, who knows? I didn't like that color because it was too similar to the car. That might be the right one. I'm not sure. And I don't. Ugh, God, it bothers me. It bothers me. Oh no. Why? If it was the color of this wall, but it's just a random color now. Why must it bother me? I don't know. Maybe we can blend this and get close enough. Nope. All I did was curve that line over there. Are you the same color as you? According to this cap, you are. But we know the cap lies. Now I can't tell the difference. Alright, good. I don't know if those two were the same color and I just had doubles of them, or if it was actually different, or if it blended, or what. But I can no longer tell the difference in these two colors. So I'm just going to fix this line by messing it up way bad, like I just did. And I'm gonna, yeah, I gotta fix this line now. Good grief. Let's fix it from the inside so that I can, should have just used the ruler and not been lazy, but I got confident in my skills. There it goes. All right, where was I? I think I was going to give this guy pants over here. Man, I am definitely a mess today. Luckily, we're just doing art, so um, as long as we're having fun, we're not messing up too bad. These greens away. And maybe we will cement these details better. These pipes I want to be copper, that's for sure. So maybe I should just do these pipes. Excuse me. Do I have water still? And I do not. Okay, guys. Where did I put my... Great. It's like I know what to do. I'll organize this and put stuff away that I don't want to be put away. Oh no, I need that. Um, there's so much paper in this room and I can't find a scrap piece. Oh, here's an old friend. Alright, we got a... oh, is this... we got a scrap piece here. I need a tiny little break, get some more water, guys. I'll be right back. Nice, cold, refreshing water. Um, Sometimes I like to think that you can't get tired of drinking water, especially since I drink plenty of water. Feels like sometimes that's what I'm doing most of the day. But when I was working at the tire shop, I drink so much water. I would get tired of it, and you can drink so much water and not get hydrated, especially because I was working in the desert heat and all. Um, you just drink so much water and not get hydrated. It's awful. Gotta switch to Gatorade or something. Let's see which one of these I want to use. Look around the table and look for examples of it. I'm gonna use this Pat marker. Why not? And it is kind of runny. Doesn't look bad. And I wonder, once it dries, I know it's going to look a little different. And I don't want these to be perfectly even because I'm sure they have some flex in them, some noticeable flex. Everything in the world is a spring, if you ask an engineer. Uh, but I don't want them to have too much. I think that looks pretty good. Hopefully, the table's slanted. Hopefully, it doesn't drip down too much. Uh, but maybe if it drips just a tiny bit, it could look okay. That was easy. Now I keep promising that I'm going to put pants on this guy. Let's we can fix his mohawk because I seem to have smeared it a tiny bit. Oof, I've messed that up a good deal. That's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. I don't like that line. I like the line. It's facing the wrong way. The tip should be out here. No, no, I'm like, no, I gotta make all his hair spike here. Let's look more like a blade, which is fine, which is good. Don't think I hate that. Mm, want that to dry. It is dripping over itself a little bit. Dripping over the black line. Oh, it's puddling, spreading out. Get some more water in me. But since I am trying to focus on this in between area here, uh, we only have these tiny little gaps right here, which look like they could use some attention, and then I could actually be done with that area as well, which would be pretty cool. So let's just add a line here. And Let's find this color again. I think I might have put it away, but it should be distinct enough that I can find it. I think it was you. And let's fill this in and make that part of this car. And that way that car has some definition. And maybe it needs to be matched up a little bit on this side. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Every little bit. That's the other thing. Sometimes it feels like daunting to draw because you like how long it takes, but um, if you think about it, like as each little thing that you do is in itself complete, like we're doing here, like normally in a bigger piece, if it was like on paper or canvas, then we would do all of your outline, your pencils at once, and then you'd start on your base layer and work up to your next layer and so forth and so on. Here we're like kind of finishing as we go. Like once we lay the marker down, um, excuse me, something weird happening in my nose. Once we lay the marker down, it's like that's it. That part's done for the most part. As you can see, we come back and mess things around. Um, but if you consider that each little piece is done, then that's great because you're like, well, you lift your pen up and you look at it and you go, that's done. And then you take joy in every little part, and that's not done because well, I'm busy over here blabbing. I don't like the shape of this. It doesn't match up to the other side. I can see it should be angled a little bit like that, but not that much. Um, but nonetheless, what I said is true. But, I guess all tales are cautionary at the end of the day. I get esoteric on your. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but what do they say? Too much of anything is a bad thing, right? No, that's good. That's good. That's good. And now I think I should find something to put in these two little tiny spaces. Um, Man, here I am working off camera again. Sorry, guys. What do we put there? What do we put there? I think we're going to go back to our scribble technique like we did up here. You can't see what I'm pointing at. But if you've been following along, you know what I mean. So we're going to scribble some stuff in here. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is. But not that am I making star shapes? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Put some more scribbles there. Okay. Maybe we need to clean this line up so that we have a more defined border. So that is a janky line. That's bad. We did just scribble it in, so we shouldn't be surprised, but let's go ahead. Oh, didn't come out much better. But now we got our scribbles in the background. And I guess that means we can pick some of them up. And this to me looks like this shape. And I don't know what this shape is. Because, like I said, we're just doing a thing, and maybe this looks like a thing like this. We don't know what we don't know what's back here, guys. Like in the foreground, we know what's behind this guy, right? I know what the rest of this robot looks like. I don't know what it looks like from the front because I really thought about it. Um, and as I drew it, I thought about it more. And as I kept going, I thought about it even more. And but back here, uh, nope. No, I don't actually know what's going on. I know that I'm. I know that I'm drawing it, but there's just not enough um, space for details, guys. You know, could be anything back there. It's okay to make some stuff up. That's the point I'm trying to get across. And then we're gonna go and we're gonna find some of our light colors again. Um, we're gonna find. I don't think I've ever used this color. So we're not going to clean up our pencil because we want this to be a little dirty. And this is kind of skin tony. Skin tony. The worst pimp's name ever. But that's what color that is now. And I don't know if I've ever used this marker. Actually, I think this is a really nice gray. Why don't we just go ahead and try it? Oh, that's great, whatever that is. Looks good. Of course, I wiped away some of my blacks. Let's put that back in there. We can fix this up while we're looking at it. A little droopy copper. Ooh, I can feel it. Feel lumps. But we need to redefine these lines. And we still need to pick more colors. Can I put a yellow back there? I think I can put a yellow back there. That's a pretty bright yellow. We're going to need it nice and dirty with the pencil in there. Just let it do whatever it does. How about this color? This looks light. And if not, we can blame it on someone else. That looks fine to me. I'm not sure what's going on back there. Maybe it's a parade float mascot. Yeah. I mean, why not? Oh, what color is this? Is this orangey red? Let's. Oh, okay. Actually, I think that's the color. Isn't that color? That's fine. We feel like we're doing color blind color selection here. That's what I should be doing, but I do want light colors. Um, so I want my background to be far away, low in contrast. Right, that's how we make it look farther away. Save our bright, saturated colors for our foreground, where we need to create more contrast. How about this color? This color is nice and ugly. Looks like we don't use it much. Let's go ahead and, yeah. Actually, this might be a winner. He looks like a good background color in general. So we don't want to leave white in the background. And this really dulls that out really well. So now we have no idea what's going on back there. And that is a good thing. But we got some details. That was good. Not quite as far away as this up here. A little more in focus. But not as much as our foreground. Excellent. But I feel this is off. No. Okay. Let me look at this real quick. Well, I have a ruler right here. I'll need to do that. I have two rulers. Okay. I'll do it in freedom units. It's about an inch. Yeah, that's about an inch. So that should be, yeah, just be right around right behind the leg. But I feel like I'm missing a detail there. So let's see this curve. Nope, it should be back there. Okay. Maybe this isn't. Yeah, that's what it is. Push this over just a tiny bit. So it's equal to that. Around there. More? Maybe more. Just off just a tiny bit. Yep. That might be too much. That's okay, that part's easily redone. But it looks just a little off. And did I put that color away I was using? Yeah, most definitely I wouldn't. Why would I keep it around? Is this the right one? I don't know. I don't know, because I picked up some black with it and now it's smudging all over the place. And I'm using this glove. I just don't expect this glove to run out yet, but since I've been using the smearing technique a lot more, Maybe it's just out fast. Just have to switch gloves more often. I don't need to be cheap on gloves. Just once I get a clean one, it picks everything up, and also does not work. Right, this angle is off. Should be like this. And now I'm more convinced? Yes, now I'm more convinced. Okay. Maybe. Let me stand up. Nope. No, no, I'm not convinced. Not convinced. Should have some it's okay if it has some perspective to it. It's all dirty there anyway. You see? Since I'm seeing it at an angle, I might be screwing it up. Let's see. It needs a tiny bit more. Down here. Is this line all wanky? Yes, it was. Yeah, and that happens because I'm pushing the colors around into it. There we go. Okay. Might as well touch that up over there and see if we can't blend out these little spots that make it obvious that I colored this behind this wire. If I can fade it in just right. Sometimes this works. Normally with the darker colors it's easier, which this is not one of them. Some more pigment down maybe. Nope. Let's see. Let's try that out. Okay, okay. Well, I don't hate that. But is it good enough, or am I going to be picky? Keep being way too picky. Obviously, since I'm still doing it, I'm going to be way too picky. That's okay. Even though I was happy and saw it and like, yes, I'm done. Well, apparently done is temporary. Alright, I think that might have accidentally imparted some wisdom there. Let me clean this line up. I want it to be pretty straight. So I'm going to use a ruler. See if I can line that up well. I don't know where my non-stick ruler went. or my sticky roller, my non-slip roller. Even though that's a blatant lie on the ruler, I guess it's still not as slippery as these cheap plastic ones. Which these are nice because you can see through them. But with this much color, it doesn't actually look too much. And other stuff that works pretty well. There's another art tip for you. Have different rollers. Which I'm not even sure I did anything to. It didn't do anything. It did not do anything. There's just so much pigment on the cameras in my way. There's so much pigment on that car from messing around with it so much. That the pen didn't put anything down. It doesn't like that as a surface. We are going to have to work it in there a bit. Well, it's better. All right. Whew. Man, the whole background's almost done. We got this large section down here. And let's see. Let's do this inner dashboard thing. Oh, that looks perfect like that. I'm not going to smear that. I don't like that little tiny bit of white in there though. Okay. That's a good complementary color. We'll put the details of the inside of this. And since we smeared around our muscle man's muscles here by fixing the car next to him, we'll try to fix them hopefully for the last time. Hopefully, we'll see. Sometimes we think we're done and we're not. Yeah, that's just the way it goes. Maybe we'll put a hand right here, a little hand, to see how it'll help to make this guy look even more massive, because there's like a regular sized person in here. Or maybe they'll come off looking like a weird baby. We never know. But if we can put some more information, it should, if the size of the car and the size of the person inside the car match or seem reasonable in your head, then it should make the size of the guy in the car, it should reinforce in your brain that that guy's just massive. And hopefully we've done that by showing the lack of detail in his face and stuff, which I now realize that he's kind of lost his eyebrows. A bit of eye there. Okay. Keep saying I'm going to give him pants, and I haven't. But we need to finish this space back here. Look how tiny it is. hand is pushing up against the glass for whatever reason. Should give the impression of someone being rather frightened back there. Our main subjects, they are they're not they're not uh they're not excited at all, right? They've seen it all. They don't care. Right. Forgot to put our seat belts over here. Normally these are black. Might as well color that in. And we can color this in. Okay, we need a little line right there. Hmm. Huh. I'm just taking a moment, guys, to see if I want to make things a lot harder for myself. And I think the answer is yes, because I'm just wondering. I don't know if it can be done, but if I put the reflections of this explosion, like in here, perhaps. Damn it! It looks cool. It does look cool. Oh, I hate myself. It's just freaking inevitable. Yeah, yeah, that looks cool. Um, of course, of course, of course, of course, it had to look good. Of course, why wouldn't it look awesome? Well, at least that was easy. The only problem is I need reflection on this car down here too. Since this marker's picked up a lot of blue, let's see if it's clean it off right here on the table a bit. So it is not working like a regular marker anymore. That's the part that sucks when you go from dark to light. But I think that was the appropriate technique for that reflection. So um, that car's far enough in the background that I think that's good enough. But um, I don't know if you can see right here at the edge of this car. There's yellow for that reason, because the explosion's supposed to be reflecting off of our cars over here, which means that I will, if I can get this clean, let's grab that scrap paper again. See if we can clean this off a bit. I mean, we could use different yellows for different stuff too. So I'm sure is exactly what we're going to do. But yeah, the darker colors make the ink not want to come out of these. Normally, to give them a rest, they'll return to working. The only problem is, what is an explosion? Yeah, it would wrap around. It would be all. I think I'm going to wait on that one. Build my confidence and put the explosion wrapping around the glass tube on that one. All right, well, jumping around all over the place, guys. Which is fun. It actually means I'm having fun because I get excited and want to get it all done at once, right? Even though I can only work at one tiny little area at a time. Let's put that hand in there like that. Um, let's put a head in here. And maybe a seat belt and a seat. You can barely tell is there. This is the dashboard, however, so maybe we'll put this body in here somehow. That perspective seems wrong. Let's go like the seat belt. Here's the arm. Here's the head. And this body would be around here somewhere. Who knows? I mean, the car isn't straight, so the body might be jumping around inside the cab a good deal. So we can pretty much put it wherever we want. We don't have to be too strict. Let's put maybe an eye right here on our face. And like that's not a lot of point in putting tons of detail. Matter of fact, we can just I should use gray. So even though the seatbelt's black, you see it's right next to this tire, which we want to be really black. We need to use a gray on our farther back blacks to make it stand out from our blacks in the background. All right, we'll go ahead and do that over here a bit. Because even if that's really black, gray's better for it because of that reason. If we were looking at it in real life, that black tire and that black seatbelt, and we spread them apart that far, you wouldn't be able to so intensely see the black of the seatbelt in the background. So that's what we want to. That's what we want to emulate. I think that, yeah, that passes. It's subtle, but it's important. Stay detail orientated. Helps in that's definitely we're not doing cartoons, right? So we want to, well, kind of are doing comic book stuff basically, but we want the right level of detail, and we're still within the restraints of our tools we're using, because these things definitely have limits. These tips are only so small, the pigments are only so small. How much you have to move them across the surface to get them to work, so forth and so on. If that makes sense. No one's here to question me, so everything I say is absolutely true. Let's see. So all I'm doing is pushing black around because this hand's so small. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to take those lines out because I think they're too much detail. Too much detail. They were looking weird. I don't know if we can just make a hand out of color. It doesn't look like anything without the black. But what we can do is switch to a smaller liner and hope that that has less detail in it. It does seem like that's the case. The only problem is that hand looks too cartoony for me. I forgot what hands look like. Let's see. That looks less cartoony. It was looking real Simpsons for a while. Simpsons with 4 fingers. It wasn't working for me. I saw a video on YouTube that said Simpsons was good again, and I want to believe it so bad. I want to believe it real bad because I used to love the Simpsons so much. I would literally watch it every day. Just watch the reruns like nonstop. And I used to know my Simpsons trivia really well, but so who knows? Maybe I'll give it a watch. Maybe I'll give it a watch. That's sort of, yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Let's see if we got a light enough red. This red hasn't served me for anything, so let's use it back here because maybe this person's wearing a shiny shirt. No, I think I did use this red somewhere. It's disappointing because it says it's metallic, but I don't even know that it looks shiny at all. Okay, that looks pretty good. I wonder what that was that I did. Oh, that's a seat. That's a seat. I was like, what are these lines? What does this mean? Oh, it's just some upholstery back here. And as a matter of fact, because the detail level is so small back here, let's go ahead and fill this in just with some gray. And then this is the point where the detail is so small that we have to decide whether or not we want to put stuff back in here. And we will. But it kind of looks like it's part of the guy up front, and that's what we were trying to avoid. So we'll just go back in and touch that up with more gray until the lines are so thin that they sink into the background. And maybe this gray is too gray. Let me see if I can find the off-brand gray, which is a little less gray. Well, it might be a little more gray. It's lighter tone. Just picking stuff up back there, which is probably for the best. That looks a lot better. But a random color might be the best way to set that back just a little bit more. And we don't want to pick one that's too saturated. So let's just go with maybe this blue. Well, that's what it is now. Maybe if I, yeah, there it goes. Let's do it again while it's fresh. We can make that color sink into the background. Perfect. Now that looks good. All right. And that means that we should continue in this fashion for this tiny little spot back here. You're great, right? Yeah. Yep. Those tiny little spots. Woohoo! That's done. Oh, see, I woohooed. I guess I do still like The Simpsons. I'm not sure if they, at this point, they've been running so long. I wonder if there are more good seasons than bad seasons, or if it's the other way around. That's how long they've been running, and that's how long it's been since I've seen them. But if that YouTuber isn't lying, that guy who made that video I haven't watched says the Simpsons is good again. Then good, then good. But I do have my doubts. I am forever the skeptic, and since I'm onto that topic, um, skepticism is a beautiful thing that everyone should engage in all the time. And I do. Maybe I said that to sound sarcastic, but it's not. It's real. Skepticism is the best path to knowledge, I think. But you should doubt me, and you should doubt that statement, and you're doing skepticism. Hurrah! Maybe we'll give this guy pants now. I wonder if I should give him like, because he looks kind of S&M a little bit because of the spikes on his head more than Punk. But Punks also wear leather, so I wonder if I should. Oh, that's so much glare. I wonder if I should give him leather pants, or maybe I should give him like cargo pants, um, or maybe God, what am I thinking about? Like uh, battle camouflage pants. I haven't done well, I've done some camouflage on this, but maybe he's that kind of guy. Maybe he's a militant kind of punk. Gosh, it's just so much glare. Let me see if I can help that a bit. Help that be less brutal. See if that helps. My shadow helped. Hmm. But that, yeah, shadow helps, but not too many light sources in here. I guess that's going on the list. Fix my lighting, so you guys can actually see what I'm doing, because right now we're kind of defeating the purpose. Hmm. Well, let's. Guess it wouldn't hurt to experiment real quick. I think maybe I can. What if I do this? Oh, it's kind of romantic in here now. Not sure if that helped at all. It did actually help a little bit, huh? Okay. Can I work like this? Because the colors look a little, excuse me, a little off to me. Might not be enough light for me. Let's see what I'm doing. Let's turn this back up. And now no one can see. Experiment failed. All right. So pants. I feel like I'm doing everything to avoid giving this guy pants, and I don't know why. Just grab some greens. Oh, darn it. Why'd you have to fall there? Okay, that's not terribly out of the space. I might want this green. I definitely might want this green. Let's first off redraw his legs to the point where they look, because they look a little off to me. Maybe this is supposed to be. I'm not even sure which leg this is. This should be his left. Yeah. Okay, let's change this up, because this is not. This is not a good looking leg. And we'll go there. These are those folds in the clothes I was talking about earlier. I put too much here though. But it looks like I pushed his leg down too far and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I need to curve this. I need to curve this. Oh man, I'm just remembering this weird dream that I had. Or I think I was at like a class reunion and they had all these different rooms where people were doing different activities. I was trying to get to the board games one, but everyone kept disappearing. Oh, what a strange dream. I didn't know any of those people at the reunion. But I do, well, I do love my dreams. Not just the actual ones, the metaphorical ones too. Um, I'm a dreamer. I have more fun in my head than most people have when they're awake. Ooh, I don't know about this green. This green looks bad. But I decided to. Well, it's growing on me. Decided to just try something different. So what I was gonna do was color all. Oh, it looks like the pigment wasn't coming out right. That's why it's growing on me. Almost naturally shaded itself, but it shouldn't. Yeah, it shouldn't have a lot of shade because contrast is for the foreground, and this guy here is at the beginning of the background. And yeah, actually, I think that's fine. That's just fine. I could leave it like that and be happy if I weren't me and already had a different idea. Uh, Plus, it looks way too much like the color on this. So now we're going to grab a different green and muck that about. And we're just going to put it in here randomly, wherever it wants to go. Happy little camouflage there. I guess is what I'm getting at. Sorry, guys. And then we're going to grab a different green. And just put that wherever it wants to go. We're not gonna worry about where it is or what it's doing. We're just gonna let it have some fun and do whatever it really wants. Maybe we'll grab one more green since we're having so much green fun here. All right. Yep. Yep. It's starting to look a little busy for me. But not too busy. He is in the background. So those details should be small. And I think we're gonna put these greens away and grab this orangey looking marker, which is, oh man, better test it out first. No, that's super orange. Damn it! I thought it was brown. I should have started with brown, because now I'm afraid it's going to be too much brown. But maybe if I just go in with a light touch. Um, Here, we'll use this brown. And we'll just go in and add some brown. And make it a little less busy, but also it looks really good. I think it looks really good. I don't know what army wears this color, but it's the future, so maybe somebody's making this camel pattern now. It's pretty dope. All right. Well, as I promised, pants. I know that was hours ago. I know I definitely took my time, took the scenic route. Pants, but I got there. Um, I got there eventually. Um, now I wonder if I really shouldn't finish this hair. That might be the right move, but um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe maybe we do need to finish this chair. As you can see, I'm starting to rub off all the goodness and hard work that I've been up to. And that's why I come here and here periodically and realign some of this stuff, so that it doesn't disappear and I don't have to figure it out again. That's the hardest part of drawing, is imagining it, which isn't that hard. Luckily, drawing is it's not hard. Not for me, and hopefully, if you watch me long enough and hang out with me long enough, and other awesome creators, it won't be hard for you either. And if it is hard for you, you can always leave me a comment. Um, I'd be glad to give you some input. That's what this channel is for. Let's see. Should be making a fist or doing like a relaxed finger thing. That might be pointless. I gotta figure out what this arm is doing. Especially since I'm figuring out what this hair is doing, I gotta figure out what this arm is doing. But since I'm looking at this clock right here, I see that I'm actually pretty much out of time, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and just let you know that there are some stuff in the works finally. I got some secret stuff up right now that I'm finished with, but um, I don't have the 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 announcement components in place because I want to do a big announcement. Uh, I want to promote it well and hope that it kicks off. Give it a real chance to do something awesome, right? But that stuff is coming very soon. Hopefully, my trip to El Paso, because I need some help doing it. And I'm gonna go to good old El Paso and hopefully get some help from my buddies there with some of the stuff that I can't do by myself. Some stuff you just need an extra hand, literally sometimes, literally a lot of times, to just do stuff. You, literally physical stuff you can't do by yourself. So there's some good stuff coming, guys. Stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for the announcements. Stay tuned for all the goodness that's coming up. Stay tuned for Preternatural. I know man, we hit a bumpy road, man. We hit a bumpy road. It happens sometimes after Halloween, and now we don't have Preternatural happening, but yes, we do, because I promise you guys Preternatural every Monday, and that's what you're gonna get. Remember, every Monday is Preternatural, and I might as well make it official. Um, Good friend, amazing friend, amazing guy, Adam Garcia. I don't even know if he wants his name out there, but I think he has a Twitch channel, so it's all right. Very good friend of mine, beloved friend, will be joining us to help finish out the season, um, which is great that he took it on short notice. And we're so close to the season finale, you know. It's unfortunate Luke can't be with us, He's not doing great, so he's bowed out. That's just the way it happens sometimes. That's uh, you know, well, stuff happens. But luckily, we're gonna get Adam. He's gonna help fill in. We are gonna finish Preternatural for you guys, as promised. Um, and get with us every Monday to do that. Get down in the YouTube channel and see the story so far. The link is down below the screen here. And I don't think we're going to be doing the after show. I think I'm going to cancel it for the time being because we are moving time slots. I guess we can do it whenever we want, but I guess it's a time slot. We're moving that to later in the evening. I think it'll probably get more views that way anyway, because I think we're streaming when people are like at work on Monday. A lot of people work Monday, so I think we'll end up with more views, which will be cool. And but since we're moving it, we're also going to cancel the after show. But we only have 3, maybe 4 more episodes of Preternatural, guys. Which, for the season, anyway. If we want to continue to season 2, that's a decision we're going to make after we see how season 1 ends. Because it's a real role-playing game, we don't know exactly how it's going to go. I mean, they just might be dead next session, you know. We don't know. We really don't. Um, oh, this doesn't work. I see. Fix this hair while I'm still here. I don't want to stop drawing, but I do need to stop because I can wear myself out on it. And saving up that energy all week gets me back to it. So that's what's going to happen, guys. Look for the schedule. Look in the schedule later. Maybe I'll post something about it. I think we're going to be moving to 7 Mountain Time. No wait, what am I, Central? So we'll be moving to 8 Mountain. I think that's what it's going to be. 8 or 8:30 Mountain. Um, and we will have the rest of the season of Preternatural for you, but again, we're canceling the after show for the last few episodes until we figure it out. That's just our time constraints. That's what we can do. That's all we can do about it. Draw with me will still continue to be every Tuesday. Look for the automatic drawing video that I promised you guys. That will be coming up maybe tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I think I want to do it tomorrow. And gosh, is that it? What else do I do? Yeah. I need to do a couple other videos, so look out for it this week. I think I've been on long enough. Um, but I did get you pants like I promised. Got you some pants. Until then, my friends, my dear friends, stay metal.